Hi. Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. Hi, Enoch. How you doing? Enoch, were you here yesterday? I don't remember reading from you yesterday. Mm. Hi, Kelvin. How are you doing? And how is everyone else doing? Mada, Emelda. Hello, Emelda. Welcome. So I guess today is the first time you are joining in, or first time you're commenting. It's the first time I'm seeing the name. Oh, okay. You had connection issues. Hi, Ima. Welcome. All right. Welcome, Ima. This is first time. I Yeah. So to all first time participants, you are welcome. We are grateful to have you join us today, and we hope that you enjoy the session. How is everyone doing? Ooh, how are you all doing? So yesterday I mentioned that as part of the things that we are trying out this Friday, we'll be trying out a Zoom session by the end of our regular stream. So Friday, before we end the regular stream, I'll drop a Zoom link so that we all hop onto the Zoom and yeah, kind of a mentorship session, but then it depends on what the flow is at that time. Either we do some live coding or we have conversations depending on what the people present really want. So I'll try my best and see. This coming Friday, we'll test that out to see how it goes. Right. Great to hear that you're doing well. So those who are joining us for the first time, please let us know where you are joining us from. Emerdas is trying to master C. It is very daunting still. I I mean I agree with you, and we have all been there before. It's not easy, but then it's doable. Kevin, yeah, I'm also good. I'm doing really great. It's a wonderful day, and have a lot to get done today. And as usual, today is Tuesday, so I have a couple of meetings that I would need to be attending. Hi Tom, welcome. Okay, you you must say it's from Nigeria. Which part of Nigeria are you from? Ooh, okay. All right, Well, well noted. Yeah. Ima says Benin City. Oh, okay. I think this is the second person who has joined us from Benin City. I don't remember the first person, but I remember very well somebody joined us from Benin City, I think last month. And I told him about the reason why I know Benin City. So there is one Nigerian young man that I follow online that I consume a lot of content from him. and he's from Benin City. So that's one reason why I know Benin City. So I don't know if you know him. He is John Obidi. So yeah, really brilliant young man from Benin City. Oh, Kelvin is from Ghana. Great. Oh, Steven, are you the one also from Benin? That would be interesting. All right. I hope everyone is ready to study today. I have a lot on my to-do list today. A lot. Mm. So at least you and Steven are all from Benin City. That is good. Great, 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 great. That's one more reason why I like people to introduce themselves and share with us where they are joining us from. Because you never know who you are with. Zimbabwe. Wow, my mother. I think probably this is the first time I'm having someone from Zimbabwe on the stream. Yeah, I think so. All right. Funny enough, I don't think I know anywhere like even the names of cities in Zimbabwe. It's probably the first one I'm hearing right now, Harare. Like I've heard Harare before, but I didn't know where it is. And I don't think I know any other city in Zimbabwe. Oh my. I think I have to start taking time to learn the various African countries. Those things that we used to learn in junior high school and primary school. The African countries and their capitals used to learn and recite them. I don't even remember those things. Apart from the countries that I am very familiar with. But Zimbabwe, at least the one more reason why, I mean, obviously I know Zimbabwe is in Africa, right? But and apart from the president, I mean, when Mugabe was president and everybody gets to hear about it, but apart from that, I think there are two people that hail from Zimbabwe, even though they do not stay in Zimbabwe, they hail from Zimbabwe. And one is like when you mention the list of role models that I do have that I learn a lot from, the first on the list is from Zimbabwe, even though he's not staying in Zimbabwe. So yeah, that is really cool. But I really want to travel Africa. Really. I pray that I get money to travel Africa. It's quite expensive traveling within Africa. I don't know if you guys are aware. Moving from one African city country to another is very very expensive. Sometimes you even wonder why it is that expensive. But then I pray that one day I get money to travel around Africa. Yeah, so you're all welcome. And for the first timers, let me just go ahead and introduce the session. I almost always start a stream without introducing myself, and just hoping that everybody who joins the stream knows me already. But then I really doubt that is the case. So let me just do a quick introduction. At least my name is the name on the channel, so hopefully everybody has seen that I am Ehonia Obed. I usually prefer my surname, which is Ehonia, over my first name, but then any of them is fine by me. If you address me by Obed or Ehonia, that's still fine with me. Then I'm currently working with ALS SE and also studying Masters in Health Informatics. So executive masters in Health Informatics in the University of Toronto. And what else do I have to say? Yeah, like I love teaching. So yeah, I mean, there isn't much to say about me, right? I believe that, well, there's a lot, but then you get to learn them as we have conversations. But I'm a very knowledge driven person. Like I love knowledge, I love new knowledge, I love discovering knowledge, I love learning, and I'm passionate about pushing others to pursue their dreams and helping them in almost any way that I can. So one of the reasons why we started this stream was that I was getting a lot of requests from some people who have seen content that I've created and wanted me to mentor them. So the unfortunate thing is that I don't have much of free time because I am quite busy throughout the day. So I decided to do this sort of streams where I show up every day, and whilst working, when I take my short breaks, I'm able to get in touch with everybody else and provide the kind of advice that they are looking for. So this is an avenue for me to, do I use the word coach as many people as possible? Tracy, welcome. A mother says was is not a popular country, I guess. I mean, Zimbabwe is, yeah, like it's I don't think it's a small country or not popular like that, right? At least in Africa, if you're talking about countries that are common in, especially when Mugabe was president, like everybody was hearing about Zimbabwe. So I don't think so. Hi, Christian, welcome. Ima says your country say. I mean, I come from Ghana, but I'm not currently in Ghana. So I'm in Canada right now, but I come from Ghana. Okay, so back to the introduction. The purpose for this stream is for us to gather together. In fact, we are trying to build a community of lifelong learners. And as I told you earlier, I'm really passionate about learning, helping people to learn, gather new knowledge, and it is my goal to help as many people as possible, especially Africans who are on that journey. If you come to the realization that there is more you can achieve in life and therefore you want to pursue that, then I'm ready to help you. Not to say that I have achieved, but I'm on the journey, and I just want to carry as many people as possible with me on that journey so that eventually we all can succeed together. Hi, Victor, welcome. And so, what we do on the stream is this: we are usually live for about 5 to 6 hours a day. So, starting from this time to the next 5 to 6 hours, we are likely to be here. And during that 5 to 6 hours, we're going to have focus sessions followed by break sessions. So the focus sessions are like the times where everyone is busy doing their own thing, but the most important thing is you should be learning, irrespective of what you're learning. Or so I probably will be working and studying at the same time. That's what I do, right? So during the focus session, each focus session is for like 60 minutes, and that's 1 hour. You have 1 hour to focus on something and study, And after the 1 hour, we have a short break for 15 minutes where we have conversations, we ask questions, answer questions, discuss anything, interesting topics. And I've loved the discussion so far. For the past 1 month that we've been doing this, it has always been great. And I look forward to those discussions. And this is where we have intellectual discussions, and we start questioning a lot of things and thinking through them ourselves to formulate or construct knowledge by ourselves. So that is how the stream works. After each break session, we go back to our focus session. Then we come out to break again, focus session break until the time that we close is up. So you're all welcome. And for the first time, as I said, we're trying to build a community. So we've created a WhatsApp group. If you are interested in, you can always join that WhatsApp group. You have to, I think we have a Google form that you would fill, and on that Google form you get a link to join the WhatsApp group, so you can easily join the WhatsApp group. And I mentioned earlier, just to repeat for the sake of those who just joined, hopefully this coming Friday, later in the day, we're going to have more of a mentorship session on Zoom. And I said, depending on what the audience wants that day, we either do a live coding session, or we are going to have discussion based on what the participants in the Zoom session want. So hopefully Friday comes and we are able to do that. Victor. Oh, so okay. Hi, Victor. So there are two Victors in the stream right now. No, but Victor, so Mayowa, you remember that I hardly call you Victor. I like your other name, which is Mayowa. So when I said Victor, I was calling Ifiani. Yeah. All right. Oh, so it was the point that you were joining and you thought that I had seen you join. Oh my, why? What kind of juju is that one? What kind of juju is that one? I'm sitting here and how I don't know the people who are joining. I think that's one thing that I wish we had was more of a closer room where I want these sessions to be sort of like prep sessions. I You know how we go for I don't know how educational systems are in various African countries, but in Ghana, back in high school, we have prep sessions where for 2 hours everybody is quiet, there's no teacher, you are just by yourself, and like the whole class is seated, everybody is busy learning, that kind of thing. So I wish we can create that kind of environment where everyone who is coming in is really coming to study, but then we also take those short breaks and have interesting discussions as we've been doing here. Unfortunately, YouTube and the streaming platforms that I've encountered, Twitch, YouTube, do not give that kind of vibe. And I'm just hoping that every one of you really do not just come to chat here, but then Tracy, you just threw me off. So, everybody does not just come here and chat and go away, but then you are really learning, right? I think maybe we should think about it. So I know in I think somewhere last month or last 2 months, last month I guess, we thought about working on a platform together, which for the past 2 weeks, because of my plenty assignments, I had to pause, but then I'm still working on it little by little. So hopefully we do something, but I don't think maybe somewhere in the near future we can do something. But for now, I haven't really thought about it, except that the vision is to have like a sort of prep room where we all can get to see ourselves. In fact, I've tried checking out various platforms like that, but they don't give the kind of vibe that I want. So for now, hey, we can utilize this. Just be true to yourself and make sure that even when you're joining the stream, like anytime you're joining the stream, you're really ready to start learning. So if possible, get the place where you study so that when you're joining the stream, you know that this is time for me to study. Right. And I'm happy that for some of you it is usually late afternoon to evening. So that is when most of you study at least. So you join in to study. All right. Pascal, welcome. Nah. Tracy, why did you hate preps? Were they giving you too much pressure? Okay. So yeah, let me drop the link for those of you who would want to join the community. We haven't been doing much there, but at least it's a place where I give the announcement if anything has happening. Emmanuel Edu, welcome. I'm guessing from Ghana because this name sounds too Ghanaian. Emmanuel Edu, where are you joining us from? Don't surprise me. Just tell me that you are from Ghana. And which part of Ghana? If you are from Ghana, which part of Ghana are you from? So I'm dropping a link in the group. You can join the community if you want, and that is join the community with this link. So the link is obed.com/SWM, where SWM stands for Study With Me. So I've pinned that message. You can click on the link to join the group if you want. Yeah, okay. Currently in KNUST. Oh, okay, cool. And I hope you know that I schooled in KNUST. Yeah. Kwame Tech. I was in Kwame Tech. And which program are you doing in KNUST so that I'll ask you which of the canteens you've been going to? If you are in College of Science or medical school, like Kelvin, you're also from Kwame Tech. College of Science or medical school or even pharmacy or chemistry. All of you. Oh, okay. All of you will go to SMS canteen. Then there's social so Akito and yeah, those people will go to hey, Christian, you're also from KNUST. Interesting. Oh, engineering. Engineering. Okay. As for engineering, you people like to go to what's the name? I've forgotten. That's Gobesela in front of this hostel down there. Oh, I've forgotten the name of the hostel. I've forgotten the name of the hostel. Is it called Atagobe? I don't even remember again. Oh my. Yeah, but I know, you know, when you go out of the engineering gates, you descend down there, and to your left hand, there is some Gobesela be there. Sorry. We go we go hustle for KUST song. Oh my. Yeah, so I was affiliated to a hall that guys do not usually want to affiliate with. Republic Hall. I was Akoko Report. Yeah, I'm from Akoko Report. Uh Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's really great. Telecom engineering. Happy to hear that, and happy to have you all on the stream. Yeah, I mean, this is how we get connected with one another, and you never know where you would find each other. So yesterday, a recap of yesterday, we had some wonderful conversations. Those of you who were not here, I mean, it was the first stream we were doing in the month of October, and the first 1 hour of the stream was quite insightful. So I would plead that you make some time to watch at least that first hour of yesterday's stream, so that you take some seeds from it. And at least I mentioned some things that we should be doing this month in there. So kindly make some time to watch yesterday's stream if you are yet to, or if you couldn't make it yesterday. But one of the things that I took from yesterday's stream, hi Erasmus, welcome. One thing that I took from yesterday's stream, and I wrote a little about it in my public diary. Let me share my screen to show you that public diary. So my public diary is my personal website right now. That is what I consider as my public diary. And yesterday, one of the things we talked on the stream was what I wrote about. Let me bring that up. Where is my screen? Okay, cool. So my website, elniaobed.com, is now my public diary, and I publish my daily reflections in it. So this is one topic: exposure bets experience. It's one topic that we spoke about yesterday. I think I picked it up when, was it Maulila who wrote we need, or someone else, I forgot exactly who wrote, we need exposure and we need experience. So in the evening when I was reflecting on the day, I thought through it and I decided to write something about it. But another thing which I speak about here is, I mean, these are very short things you can read in 2 minutes. Okay, so please do well to read if you want to get into my head and know what I think, which is what I share with you publicly here. But usually, based on the conversation we have here, some things strike, and in the evenings when I do my reflection, I write them in my public diary, which is my website. So we talked about the perfect future state. As an individual, you should always know what your current state is. So you should understand and recognize where you are right now and what you want to be. Then now start looking at what it takes for you to get to where you want to get to. Okay, but then you need the difference. Usually the difference between your current self and your future self is lack of the experience that you need to be there. Okay, so you need to recognize that and let your current self build the necessary experience that is able to take you to that future self that you are looking for. Because sometimes the only difference, I mean, what is standing in between your current self and your future self is time and experience. So you don't just wait. If you just wait, nothing is going to happen. You'd be where you are right now in how many years that you keep waiting. But once you are waiting and trusting the process, you need to be acquiring the necessary experience in order to become that person that you look forward to becoming. And that is what we refer to as getting the experience. But to get the experience, you need to expose yourself to the thing that will give you the experience. And even though I give some good examples here, two examples here that will help paint the picture for you. But what is important, and I would want you to know, is that you need to start exposing yourself to the things that you really want to become. So if I want to become a software engineer, I need to expose myself to software engineering, even to the extent that I love watching software engineers work, like share what their work experience is like, a day in their life, what it looks like those kind of things. Back then I used to watch them a lot. Okay. So that you know exactly what that future state requires of your current state, you as an individual right now. So please, not too long. This will probably take some of you just 1 minute to read. So do well to make some time in your busy schedules, at least. For those of you who say I don't like reading, these are very short tests that I have here. So just do make some time and try reading them. I try my best to at least do a reflection every evening, and that leads to me writing. Yesterday was one of the days that I probably shouldn't have written anything because I was so tired. I was doing my assignment and I was so tired by the time I was done. And it was past 12 a.m. I think around 1 a.m., which is like even technically today, right? But I felt that I needed to get this thing done. And once I've committed to writing daily, unless I forget, if I have not forgotten, I need to do something. And it's just some short writing, what I'm thinking about, something that crossed my mind that I really want to rethink it, and all of that. So please, if you can, just make some time out to read some of these things, and it will help you. I mean, as I said, they are just public diary. It's a public diary for me. So this is what I would have written in my own diary. And I read them, I go back to read them just to keep me going, keep me motivated and all. But I've decided to publish this, make it public, so that every other person who is also interested can benefit from it. So yeah, that is it for everyone. Erasmus says, I'm finding it super difficult to host my Django app. My eyes are hot, red, no sleep. I'm still on it. Interesting. Sorry, Erasmus. I think today we are probably in the same shoes. I just because of the assignment I was doing. Oh, the name of the website. My website is ehoniaube.com. Just my name, right? So I'm dropping the link to the website. Then I'm dropping the link to this particular article too. It's just my name, ehoniaobed.com. Yeah, so Erasmus, why are you struggling with the hosting? I haven't hosted one before, but is it that you can't host it on a server? Are you looking for an external? Because I know ALS, you are giving a server, so, and you are giving a domain name, so you should be able to host it on that particular server. So what is the problem? Or are you using a third party hosting service which you are struggling with? Yes. Oh, you are using Render. Okay. I haven't used Render to host an application like that, so I can't really say much. But if it is not working, then try and host it on your own server. Now you've learned some DevOps, so you should be able to do something at least. So that's one of the things that I was struggling with personally. Not like struggling, but I hadn't really thought about them because I was almost always using those third party platforms. I've used Render to host applications. I've used Vessel, I've used Netlify, all of those platforms, and even the actual hosting companies like, say, I use TMD hosting. This particular, my website that I just showed you is hosted on TMD hosting, their cloud option. And those ones come with cPanel, so they are easy, but then they are mostly for, or what I've used them for so far is PHP based sites or WordPress based site. You know, after what do you say? After work, I would try hosting it on. Yeah. So just try it. I think the challenge I had in mind before I tried and figured out how to host like my back end on a plain server, which is like an EC2 instance that I launched, was I was wondering, when we are launching these things, when we are, say, after building your Django app, when you want to try it out, you are usually running it in development, like the dev environment is what you are using. And as soon as you close the terminal, you can't access your app again. So I was wondering how that is going to be maintained on the server, because what it means is that as soon as I leave that server, it is going to be down. But later I found out that there are what you call service managers that you can use to manage the service and make sure that it is running always. And yeah, something like that. So for, I don't know if it is applicable for Django as well or Python project. But what I've been using for, and I think it's a node package manager. So probably it will be sorry, like it's a node package. So probably that would be for JavaScript code only or project only. But I'm guessing that there will be a similar thing for Python, which you can check. So in Node, I use what they call PM2. Let me check, share my screen and check on it for you to see. We are supposed to start our first stream focus session shortly, but let me just do a quick search. Let's go to Google, then PM2. PM2. Yeah. So as you can see, it is PM2 MC. Or I can go to let me go to NPM, then search for PM2, see exactly how they call it. PM2. Then you can use those terminologies to now search for something similar in, so it is a production process manager for Node.js. So is there something like this for Python or Django, like, or any other thing that you are looking for? Production process manager for Python. Oh, Python 2 has PM2. That's really interesting. It says PM2 is, I have a meeting shortly. PM2 is a production grade process manager that makes management of background process easy. In the Python world, we could compare PM2 to supervisor, but PM2 has some nifty features you might like. With PM2, rolling restarts, monitoring, checking logs, and even deploying application has never been easier. So I didn't even know that Python has PM2 as well. Ah, no, wait. Is it? So it's the same PM2, but then you need Node, but it can run whichever process that you want to run with it, I guess. All right, that's cool. So check it out. I mean, so that as soon as you start running. So this is what is going to happen. If it is, I think if hmm, usually I use this for the back end that needs to be running all the time, or if you've built like a bot. So recently I tried building, it's been a while though, but I tried building a Discord bot, and you needed a bot to be like live all the time. So that process should be running all the time, so that if a command is the command that it is listening to is used in the Discord server, it will automatically respond. Right. So it has to be live and always hooked to the Discord server and listening to the command that is coming. And this is one of the ways to go about it. So yeah, you can check it. Managing processes in Python. All right. Um. Oh, okay. Abiola says he. All right. That's good. I mean, that is how, or the benefits for being in a community of like-minded people. Thank you, Abiola, for offering to help. Okay, so we are ready to start our first focus session. I have a meeting in a short while, so if you see me talking, I'm probably talking on that particular meeting. So please, we are going to go ahead and start studying for the next 60 minutes. After 60 minutes, then we come for a break. It depends on what exactly happens in 60 minutes. Yeah, so we'll come for a break after 60 minutes. Let me see. Bring up my timer. Tom says, I noticed that you visited the ALS hub at East Legon. Please, can you help me with specific address? So at East Legon, let me see what's the prominent from. I don't know. I need to know exactly where you're coming from and how you want to access it. But if you know American House in East Legon, it's somewhere around American House. So American House, where we have Pizza Man and or NTN office. I don't know that on that stretch that these trotro drivers called Vaulish or something. Vaulish. It's on that stretch. Not directly there, but you use that route to go. So if I really have an like knowledge of where you're coming from and where you know around it, then I can give you the perfect direction. Otherwise, you'd have to use Google Maps to take you there. So I went there using Google Maps. I didn't know there in the first place, so I just checked and I used the map to. I followed the map to go there, but it is somewhere around American House on that stretch going to where the Trotro people called Vaulish. If you know where MTN office is on that particular stretch, then it's easy. Yeah, but not the not the runabout. So if you are coming from say Shiashi, you get to the MTN office way before the runabout. But if you are coming from say Ajengano, and that one you go past the runabout as if you are going to Shiashi. So you are going down, and after those nice buildings, I don't even know how to show you exactly what's the prominent landmark. Okay, so if you're coming from Shashi, there is Melcom. I don't know if how well you know the place. I use that route regularly, so it was easy. Oh, so okay. Close to bridge. I don't know what bridge is, but if you know MTN office, that particular stretch, the hub is behind those offices. Like it's behind it. So when you are in that stretch, just use the map to go. You'd have to veer off the main road and go behind them, just one street behind them. Then it's it's a bit hidden, but not really hidden. There is a clinic around it. I've forgotten the name of that clinic, whether clinic or hospital, just adjacent to the hub. A very big one. Like the building is really big. So yeah. Otherwise, you can always. Oh, okay. You know that area. That's cool. So once you're in that area, just use the map. You'll be able to locate it easily. And I'm sure when you go there, you find. It was my first time and I didn't know anyone there. I was wondering if I could go there because at the time it was just uh you needed to book before you go there. So I was just going there to see what it looks like, and I mean whether it's there as they say. So fortunately for me, when I went, I met one of my work colleagues and someone from my cohort who knew me, and he was working there, so he allowed me in. Hi Joseph, welcome. So guys, I need to jump off to a meeting. So let's start our focus session and we'll come for break in 60 minutes. All the best to you all. Joseph, I hope you are doing well. And let's get busy with studying. Hi, everyone. Break time, please. Uh, Hello. Amada says, sorry, has connection issues. How can I join the network group? Oh, yeah. So I mentioned earlier that those of you who are new here can join the community by following the link oniobed.com/swm. SWM. So I've dropped that link again. You can click on the link to join the community if you want. And when you get to the Google form, you would find a link to join the WhatsApp group. So you can use that. Onyime, Onyime. Hi, DC, De Camilos. Hi, Onyime. How are you? How is everyone? What is going on, everyone? How is it going with you? How is studies going? Still have a lot of things here to do that I'm yet to touch. It's going to be a long day with a lot of things to do. Hi. How is everyone hiding? Where is everyone hiding? Where? Hi, Joseph. How is it going? Ooh. Christian, how is it going? What are you guys learning today and how is it going? I'm interested in that. Okay, good to know. Tayo Jubre, hello. Welcome to the stream, Tayo. I'm guessing it's probably the first time here, first time seeing the name in the chat. You're welcome. Ooh. Yeah, great. We are also happy to have you join us. What are you all studying? Earlier on, I forgot to ask. What are you studying today? Or you've gone back to to revise buffer in C. All right, buffers. Such an interesting concept. Nowadays, when they mention C, it's like I'm kind of blank in C. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't remember the last time I wrote C code in C. Studying symbols and classes in JavaScript. Wow. Interestingly enough, I only discovered symbols recently. That was, I think, probably last month or last 2 months. I was setting some questions for our learners, and one question that I was setting, I think, was the list of data types in JavaScript. And I thought I had listed everything. When I searched online, I found symbols. I was like, what is symbols? What at all are they? You know? So that was the first time I saw symbols. Because I haven't seen symbols in any programming language or anything of that sort. So it was quite strange hearing that there is something like that in JavaScript. I still do not, even though when I read it, it kind of made sense, but I still do not really remember what it is. Oh, hide keys in an object. Yeah, I think. Anyway, I haven't, just as I said, I discovered it not long ago, and I haven't used it in any programming context before. It's just me knowing that, oh, so this is actually a data type available in JavaScript. Oh God, I didn't start this timer. How? I have a meeting in, okay, in 14 minutes. So we'll jump into a focus session in 14 minutes. Let me share my screen and see if I can search something on symbols. There's always something new to learn. This word. There is always something new to learn. Symbols in JavaScript. I don't know when this thing was introduced because doesn't look okay. So MDN wrote this article September 2023. I think it's relatively new in JavaScript. So it's a built-in object whose constructor returns a symbol. Ah. Hey, a symbol primitive. Like, I will you say it's a built-in object whose constructor returns a symbol primitive when I'm looking for what a symbol is. Anyway, also called a symbol value or just a symbol that's guaranteed to be unique. Symbols are often used to add unique property keys to an object that won't collide with keys any other code might add to the object, and which are hidden from any mechanism other code will typically use to access the object. So if I get it, it means that you're not going to be able to update those keys. Like, it's going to be spaced the same key that you assigned from the beginning. If it is you are using a symbol, then for that particular object those keys are going to be fixed, like they are static. You can't change them or anything, or they are not even visible, which is which. This is interesting. So that enables a form of weak encapsulation or weak form of information hiding. Okay. Every symbol call is guaranteed to retain a unique symbol. This one, like, to an absolute beginner, how do you expect the absolute beginner to appreciate this thing when you are just saying symbol, symbol, symbol? I mean, you know, the funny thing is, I appreciate why it is like that. It's like, say, when you are defining something like an integer, you expect that this is basic integer. It's just an integer. Like, how else do you want me to explain to you? It's an integer. So that's how it is now. Like, it's a symbol. You should take it as it is. It is a symbol. Anyway, every symbol dot for then key call will always return the same symbol for a given value of key. When it is called, if a symbol with a given key can be found in the global symbol registry, that symbol is returned. I don't like the fact that all I keep hearing is symbol, symbol. In just this short paragraph that I've read, the number of symbols that have been used here, so crazy. Symbol this is not equal to this. It's not literally equal to symbol of this because they are all unique. I want, like, I really want the practical use cases. In what specific scenarios would I want to use a symbol and not just any object at all? Anyway, I think I may have to find time to go through it and figure out why on earth I would want to be using a symbol. Once it is there, it means it has its own practical use case. Okay, yeah, I like the modern JavaScript. Let me read what they have to say. By specification, only two primitive types may serve as object property keys. Okay, so it's either a string type or a symbol type. Okay, cool. So when you're creating an object in JavaScript, you're saying only two primitive types may serve as the keys. It's either you're using a symbol or you're using a string. Otherwise, if one uses another type, such as number, it's auto converted to string. Oh, okay. So that object 1 is the same as object 1. Okay. And true is the same as this. Until now, we've been using only strings. Okay. So now let's explore symbols and see what they can do for us. A symbol represents a unique identifier. A value of this type can be created using this notation symbol. So you say let id is equal to symbol. Upon creation, we can give symbols a description, also called a symbol name, mostly useful for debugging purposes. ID is a symbol with a description ID. Okay. Symbols are guaranteed to be unique. So that's like if I want to say create ID names or display say the list of things in the form of an object, but then each item is supposed to have a unique identifier, then the key in that object will be a symbol. Interesting. If you are familiar with Ruby or another language that has some sort of symbols, oh, so there are languages that have. Please don't be misguided. You can't even imagine. I thought you were coming to say if you are familiar with Ruby or another language that has symbols, then this knowledge is applicable here. Now they are telling us that please don't be misguided. JavaScript symbols are different. Interesting. So to summarize, a symbol is a primitive unique value with an optional description. Okay. But I've still not seen its use in a particular object to see how it will look like. Or am I just thinking outside what they expect me to be thinking? Hmm. Okay. So hidden properties. You're saying symbols allow us to create hidden properties of an object that no other part of code can accidentally access or override. For instance, if you are working with user objects that belong to a third party code, we would like to add identifiers to them. Let's use a symbol key for it. The user is equal to, so belongs to another code. And the name is John. Okay. Then let ID is equal to this. So you say user ID is equal to 1. Oh my god. Why am I alert? We can access the data using the symbol as the key. And what would this give us? So it's supposed to give us 1. So we have added a key called ID. The name of the key is ID, but it is a symbol. So we can't have its exact value. We just access it with its name, except that it is unique. Oh my. Yeah, yeah. I'm kind of getting it, but still the practical use cases and why I'll pick it over any other isn't too clear right now. Anyway, Christian says, what do you enjoy doing during non-work hours aside from learning? Why did you add aside learning? I enjoy doing a lot of things. A lot of things. I enjoy having conversations and walking around, playing. I like football. So playing football, listening to music, watching videos, podcasts. Yeah, a host of things. Yeah, and sometimes I go down there to play tennis table, even though I don't know how to play much. Then, how do they call that thing? Is it snooker or is that how they call it? Snooker? Yeah, snooker. So not so good, but I learned it when I came here, and I've been trying to play sometimes. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. As for like around this time, there isn't much I can do because I only take short break, 15 minutes break, then I go back to work. So I can't really be going around to do much. Okay. All right. So the time is winding down, and still have a lot of work to do for my meeting. I have two meetings. One in okay, okay. So there's a couple of minutes before the meeting, and I can get to do this thing. Where's my download? For the rest, you didn't tell me what you are studying. So the good thing is that I'm happy to help give any sort of pointers in whatever you're learning. So that's why I asked about what you're learning. Marilita, welcome. So if you share what you're learning, then if there are any pointers I can give you, I'm happy to give you those. Or if it is something new that I don't know about and something I feel I should know about, and I'm happy to also look at. Yep. So what are we all learning? Marla, how are you doing? Yes, yes. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Every day is an opportunity to increase that gap. Very soon, they'll really see a huge gap. Okay, Tayo says that, can I give an honest review about Flax Django Express? Which do you prefer and why? So when you say honest view, I mean, yeah, like there's no way I'm going to lie about anything, but I feel that maybe the question isn't necessarily like, I mean, with all of these things, there's a lot of factors that influence what you should be looking at. So when you ask for an honest review about it, like, is it like how good or bad? Because every one of them has like its use case. And as I said, a lot of factors influence it. I personally am now training myself as like my stack of preference is the main stack. So more JavaScript stuff. And that means that if you ask me, it's only JavaScript stack that I'm learning right now, like where I want to be using them regularly, and therefore I'm spending more time on. But it doesn't make the Python stacks any less important or anything of that sort. It depends on which market you are trying to get into, what that market is using regularly, what has offers you, depending on your situation. If you are looking for a job, which stack they are looking for, and all of those things. Okay, so not to say that one is better than the other, but specifically it depends on your case. Because when I learned PHP, for instance, I learned Code Igniter, I learned Laravel, and I learned Code Igniter first for a project that I was doing. Then later I realized that almost every PHP ad that was out there, they were looking for Laravel, people with knowledge in Laravel. So I had to start learning Laravel. You understand? So it depends on the reason why you're learning it. Right now, for me to build my own projects, I like the main stack. So that is what my focus is on, trying to increase my knowledge in Express.js most times. Django, I've tried learning Django before, but I haven't done anything extensive. It was just I learned how to install Django and create a basic app, and that was all. I didn't do much about it. Flask, I use Flask in ALS SC, but outside it, I haven't used Flask anywhere before. So I don't know exactly what you're looking for, but yeah, it depends. And someone like me, I am interested in learning almost every one of them. I Because I want to be able to teach them to people who know. So I go ahead and learn them. But if when I decided to learn the main stack, it was to enable me build my own web applications for a startup I was thinking about at the time. So that's why I decided to go this route, and I've chosen that one as like my primary one I want to master. So I think you should always have that. Then if you get the opportunity to be exposed to the others, it's all good, so that eventually you can easily pick any skill, any tech stack up at any point in time. Yeah. Kelvin says, still studying C Malloc. Okay, I'm free. Actually, just finished watching a recording of your PhD on the subject. I see. And you were able to watch all of it. Like those videos are quite long anyway. Yeah, that's cool. Glad to hear that. you were able to watch it, and for as long as it's helpful, I mean that's the goal, right? If you're not wasting your time, that's the most important part. And Ima is also learning Malloc and Free. Tracy says trying to tackle today's Python tax. Okay, cool. I hope it is going well, Python. So I think prior to joining ALS, Python wasn't a language that I was interested in, but now at least I get to do a lot with Python. If I show you my screen right now, what I've switched to is some Python code, but I'm using it for data analysis. I'm analyzing some data right now. And yeah, now I'm learning data analysis, I'm learning basic machine learning stuff, and all of that I use Python. So hey, every one of them has its place. You just need to focus on what you really need and learn it. All right, so it's time for another focus session. What's going to happen is that I have a meeting in the next 4 minutes to 12. I'm using my own time. So 11:30 to 12, I have a meeting. Then I have a meeting from 12 to 1, but sometimes it is shorter. I don't know how long this meeting is going to be. So if during the next break session I'm not available, it means that I'm still in the meeting. And as soon as I'm done with the meeting, we can have our break session. So you continue learning during that period, and we'll come for the break after the meeting is over. Tracy says, no, all these languages are kicking my behind. Might we try? Yeah, don't worry, Tracy. I mean, it only gets better, right? And if you're consistently on it, eventually you'd be able to figure these things out. I know there are a lot, but then take your time with some of them. And the good thing is, like right now, I'm done with ALS. I've been exposed to all of them, and I have all the time now to double down on any of them that I want. And I feel that that is the case for everyone. If you are struggling right now, keep going, be exposed to it, try and understand as much as you can. Eventually, you'll be able to pick and choose the one that you think interests you the most, the one that is in demand the most, and you go along with that. Okay, so let's get to our focus session. Timer, get started, and see you all for another wonderful discussion in the next break session. Hi everyone. Hello, 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 hello. Wow. Hello. Hi. Break time. Sorry, I was in a meeting. I just finished the meeting. What is going on? Who is still here? Oh, the last time we played some game. It's been a while since we played a game. Ejozina Alipi. I hope I'm not murdering your name. Like, oh my god. Hi, hi, hi. And I guess it's the first time I'm pronouncing the name. So I want to believe this is the first time in the chat. You're welcome to joining us. Oh, it's okay. It's okay for me to butcher your name. I see. It sounds more like an ever name. Is that it? Are you ever named? So from Ghana or Togo? I mean, that is just my brain telling me. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, cool. Wow. From Ghana. Okay, cool. Great to have you here. All right. Today, my home country people are giving me enough support. Well done. Well done. Always the Nigerians swamp here and they lead us all. But today I'm excited. I'm seeing a lot of Ghanaians around. How is it going? Are you in ALS? And where is everyone hiding? Where are you all? Show up. Show up. Break time is time for us to show up. Ooh. Oh, you are currently about to start Simple Shell. Wow. Simple Shell. Interesting. Not so simple though. They call it Simple Shell. All the best in the Simple Shell project. Oh, which cohort is that? Because I know cohort 18 did the print F not too long ago, so I want to believe that that's cohort 18. Oh, hey, well, if I become a prophet, I'm sure I'll get a lot of predictions. So hey, I've gotten like 3 predictions in a row. Give it up for me. Okay, great. Happy to hear that. I remember when cohort 18 was going to do the printf project, I was invited to speak with some people from cohort 18. Anyway, and how is it going? How is it going for you? Why is that supposed to be a trophy? Is that supposed to be a trophy? And a happy trophy or yeah. I'm trying to interpret it, but then hey, whatever it is, however challenging it is, I mean, it's full of too much resources. Anyway, I know the times that I get a lot of DMs, especially on Twitter, are times when a cohort is doing simple shell and printf, and especially when it occurs together. I think sometimes it occurs together such that one one cohort is about doing printf, another cohort is about doing simple shell, and I begin to get a lot of DMs, and everybody is asking me about simple shell or printf. Oh god, Those are the times that I see I'm really struggling to respond to my DMs. Up to now, I feel obliged to respond to every DM that I get. But unfortunately, to respond to them on time is now the big deal. Big problem. Ooh. But yeah, I mean, it's possible. People have done it, so you should be able to go through it and do it. Um, it's not too easy, but then it's doable. I think one of the biggest headache with simple shell that a lot of people have complained about is um what is it called? Is memory leaks. Memory leaks. That's like the biggest one for a lot of people. Oh, say please, I would like to know if Betty Linter can be used on VS Code. I think that was a question somebody was asking me yesterday, and I want to believe that the answer is yes. Except that not I've not used it in VS Code as in a VS Code extension. Maybe somebody can pick that up as a challenge and end up building a VS Code extension for Betty. Anyway, yeah, but if you have installed it on your PC, so when I was a learner in the program, I was using a virtual machine with Ubuntu installed on it, and I installed Betty on that virtual machine. So after installing Betty, I was able to use it in the terminal in VS Code. So anytime I write my code in VS Code, if I want to run it against Betty styles or Betty docs, I'll just use the terminal and pass the name of the file to it, and I'll get the output in VS Code. So I want to believe that it is possible, except that you'd have to use the terminal for it. Right. Let me see. It's been a long while since I checked Betty out. I don't even remember most of the C syntax. Betty documentation. Let me see if I can find it somewhere. GitHub. Okay. Oh, really? I thought I found. Let me share my screen. It's funny what I found right now. That is not the Betty I'm looking for. Yeah, white spaces. I think that's the most common one in. But is there a way to avoid that? Yeah, there's. I don't really remember. I think when I was using Vim. No, so when I was using VS Code, I think the most common thing that I was struggling with from the beginning, which I eventually figured out how to do it, was that requirement in every ALS tax that says that your file should end with a new line. Those times I didn't understand what they meant by your file should always end at a new line. And Vim, Emacs, VI, like those text editors automatically add that new line character. So you don't see any problem with it. And that's when I was using. So this is not a Betty I'm looking for, but I just found that there is something called Betty somewhere else too. So I what was I even talking about? Like when I switched to using VS Code and using Betty with it, I began to, not Betty per se, like using VS Code to submit some of my projects. I began to struggle with that new line character until eventually I figured out that, oh, so for each line I need to leave this new line, because I wasn't doing it with the Vim and VI. They were automatically giving it to me. Anyway, Betty Styles, Betty Doc. Oh, they built. Are you saying that somebody built a VS Code? Oh, are you saying they built a VS Code extension for Betty? That would be really interesting. So run install.sh with sudo privileges to install Betty style and Betty doc. Ooh. The funny thing is that now the code base is there. It's public, right? The code base is public. So you all can really see exactly what is in there and how Betty actually works. I haven't even ever thought about it before going into the code base to see what Betty is always looking for. So it looks for the path where Betty style is and where Betty doc is and make those files executable. Wow. Then we create a symbolic link to them. This is quite interesting. I don't want to say if I get time. Sometimes I'm curious about these things. I'll try and figure out exactly how Betty works. See, that's an interesting thing. If you ever want to beat something, the easiest way to beat it will be to know how exactly it works, then you can beat it. Yeah. Oh, okay. So you share it on the WhatsApp group. Yeah. So Ezozinam. Oh God. Like I'm Ghanaian and I'm struggling to pronounce this name. Oh my. But well, we have a community group, so you may want to join it so that Marilila says he will share it when he finds out what it is. He will share it in the WhatsApp group. So if you would want to, I mean, this is just optional. You can join the community by signing up at awaniaobe.com/swm, and on that form there is a link to the WhatsApp group, so you can click on that to join the WhatsApp group. Betty style. Mm. Do you know what comes into my head right now as I'm seeing this? What comes into my head as I'm seeing this right now is that Betty says that we shouldn't write scripts of more than 70 lines, but see the scripts that Betty is. Oh my god. I can't imagine. How will I sit down and go through all this? 6,000, 6,417 lines. We have to run Betty against itself. We have to run Betty against itself. Because this is 6,418 lines of code. I remember Betty once punished me for having more than 40 lines or so in my script. Oh my. Yeah. Anyway, we please, me, I've graduated from ALSSC. It is you, the learners, go and do it. Go and run Betty against itself, and let's see how much Betty is going to score. Eh, who watches the Watchman? Exactly. Betty has been on our neck since. I've never thought about it, but right now that I'm looking at it, it's just funny. So it was written in Perl. Betty Style and Betty Docs are written in Perl, and the execution is just a bash script that is used to execute it. Hmm, that's cool. This is okay. So it's registered under the GNU license. Okay, cool. I mean, for those of you who are curious enough to see how some of these things are implemented, always try and dive into the code base and see. I wasn't ever motivated to come check the code base, but now that I have enough time, hey, but I'm still not interested in delving into the code base. Hmm. What about Kimba? Oh, my. Tracy says I didn't like Betty when starting, but she grew on me. Like, you have no choice now. You have no choice. Whether you like Betty or not is not the point, or is not a concern, right? Because it's going to be on your neck until you change and appreciate Betty. Forget it. Oh, okay. I like the disclaimer Marilila is giving in there. You should use at your own risk. See, so for some of these things, that's why being a software engineer is really cool. Because at the end of the day, you can always go to the code base to see, especially if it is public and open source. You can just go into the code base and try and digest it yourself to see if there is anything, or maybe create your own, like clone the project and create your own version of it, making sure that it's safe. Anyway, mm, this was updated 7 years ago. Hey, Betty. the the most recent update was 3 years ago, and yeah, she has been giving us pressure like that. Betty Wiki. Okay. Anyway, that's okay. Let's get back to our studies. Oh, okay. The person open sourced it. That's cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, please. I mean, it's all good for you to stick to a coding style or formatting. What's the right word for these things? Linting, whatever. Like, when you adopt it, it's easy for you to transition into any sort of environment, because various companies, like, companies have their own set of formatting styles But if you are used to one of them, at least it's easier to adopt the other. If you haven't used any of them before and you go into a company and they are now forcing you to stick to a particular style or format for your code, you begin to struggle. But right now that you've used Betty and you've gotten used to it, I mean, it's all good. Even though I like automating things and I like making things flexible, I feel that sometimes it's important to have exposure to the thing itself. So, for instance, say Betty, you can automate it using, maybe if there is the VS Code extension as we are talking about right now, and use that. But by using it, you wouldn't really know how this thing works itself. So I feel as an individual, I really want to use it without automating the process for a while, get comfortable using it and understand every bit of it before I switch to automating it. The example I can give is the get steps to commit code and push to GitHub. I remember when I started off in ALS, when we learned about aliases, I created an alias for Git, and I did for Git add, I did GA, like G hyphen A, for Git commit G hyphen C, for Git push G hyphen P, like something like that. So that instead of typing Git add, I'll just type G hyphen A and I know that this is Git add. Something like that. I did an alias for them in my terminal. And when I shared it publicly, a lot of people were saying, this is useless. Why don't you just write a bash script to automate it and those kind of things? And it wasn't as if I didn't think about it before, but then I realized that I was new to this whole thing. And if I don't take care, if I have a script that is doing this for me all the time, I may end up forgetting them. So I still wanted to keep something in my mind. So I was trying to kind of make it easier. So instead of typing out Git add all the time, I'm just typing GA. But then in my head, I know that GA is Git add. But I could have just automated it and written a bash script that will just run it. And even till now, I still do not use bash script to automate the process of pushing code to GitHub. I still like writing. Even now, on this setup that I'm using, I don't have those aliases set up. So I go ahead and I type git add, git commit, like that. Oh, okay. So yeah, I mean, Martin is one person who likes automation. So if he is saying this, then it is something that we need to take seriously. So you need to understand how it works before automating it to fully appreciate it. That's very true. But unfortunately, I see people start ALS SE the first week and somebody is giving them, say, a bash script. Oh, create this, use this bash script to automate your GitHub process, or maybe I've created this CLI tool that you can use to automate this. And my fear is you won't get the opportunity to experience this thing. What if you get into a system or a setup where that tool, that CLI tool, is not available or accessible to you? How are you going to go about it? You know? So, very important. Please get yourself dirty with Betty and figure out how to solve. In ALSS, you are going to be using linters throughout. Like when you start doing Python, you'll be introduced to a linter. When you start doing JavaScript, you'll be introduced to a linter. So if you want to escape the route of Betty, you only go and suffer in the hands of Pep 8. Pico style. You go and suffer in the hands of Pico style. So things like that, yeah, very important. Do hard things. Do hard things. Okay, so let's go for another focus session. I may have to go upstairs and get something to eat, but then we would continue learning and working. I still have a lot to do on my list, and we'll come back in. I mean, we'll continue our discussion in 60 minutes. I realize is like jumping to ID is not saying they're bad by starting with VI or Emacs. Yeah, I agree with that. So, and I think that's one thing that when people reach out to me to ask, I talk about. Like somebody's asking why don't they want me to use VS Code, and like whether I can use VS Code to do these things. The thing is, somebody like me, I was introduced to tools like that. Previously, Sublime Text 3 used to be like my favorite text editor, and later I switched to VS Code and I've not looked back again. But what happened was when I joined ALS, I was so confused. If any of you have like the time, you should go to Twitter, go back to May 2022. That's when I started ALSSC. And I tweeted about this. Like I was so confused why what at all are they referring to as Vim, VI, Emacs, and what plays do they play? Like, do I need to learn this if I already know how to use VS Code and there is Sublime Text? Like, where do they really lie? Because all throughout the time that I've been trying to teach myself coding, I haven't heard of any of these things before. So are there different tools that I'm supposed to learn, like those kind of things? But eventually, when I got to understand that, oh, so this is like text editors that are available in various terminals, and they are like the default you can get access to. So you need to know at least how to use them and manually do everything yourself before you switch to using the fancy ones. I was like, okay, cool. So I started using Vim. And okay, I started with VI and I got used to VI before I now switched back to my VS Code. But the good thing is that now, anytime I'm struggling to get access to VS Code, and I can give you perfect examples, like when I launched servers on AWS, even the ALS sandboxes, there were times that my computer wasn't working and I needed to do an assignment on ALS sandbox. And I've gotten so used to using VS Code that I didn't want to go back to using the Vim. And I realized that you couldn't install VS Code on it. That was a headache. So you see, there are going to be times where you may be working on a terminal, maybe a remote virtual machine with say Ubuntu on it, but then you don't have administrative right to install tools like VS Code and the likes. You should be able to do things with just the text editors like VI, Nano, and things like that. Recently, last week when I was doing my labs for Google Cloud Computing, that was what I was given. In their notes, they said Nano. I chose to use Vim because that's what I'm most comfortable with. But the important thing is that now I'm comfortable with at least one of them and I can use it to achieve whatever purpose I want to achieve. So please, let us all do that. Ima says, when do you normally have these sessions? Mondays to Fridays. The time is, Ima is from Ghana, so the time is 1 p.m. to around 7 p.m. Ghana time or GMT. Yeah, so Monday to Friday, we are here. Say, what? You almost thought I was going to say I use Emacs. Please, Emacs is for my boss. It's for my boss. Yeah, I'm not part of them. Anyway, all right, guys. So let's go back to study. I need to go get something to eat, then continue work. Yeah, Team VI. No, me, I'm Team VS Code. I'm Team VS Code. Huh? Study hard, please. And if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. Would discuss it during the next break session. Hi, 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 hi. Hi. Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi. Break time, please. The final break. Ooh. Tracy, you're asking who uses Nano. You'll be surprised how many people use it. Yeah. I feel that it, it usually depends on what someone is introduced to you at first. You know, humans as we are, we do not like change. So if you get to use one thing and you realize that this is good, I mean, you are able to do whatever you want to do with it, it's easy for you to get stuck with it and say, this is my favorite, this is what I like. And I think back to something that we discussed yesterday, a lot of times there are things that we haven't even tried before, but we have formed opinions about them, and we go ahead to say that I don't like this, I don't like that. So yeah, people who will say I don't like nano, but then they've not even tried it before. There are people who started off with nano and will literally say I don't like Vim, but then they've not tried it before. So yeah, it's I won't be surprised to find a lot of people who use it. That's human nature. Arlila, yeah, I came back to find out that I didn't start the timer, and I had to do some calculations to see how much time we spent. So I went back to see the duration of the stream as at the time that I realized. Then from the time that we started and I did a subtraction, I saw the time that we've spent to reset and use that to reset the timer. Maxwell. Hi Maxwell. Maxwell Dumeyo. This is probably the first time that you are chatting here, I guess. The name isn't familiar, so you're welcome. If you're still around, I feel this is probably the first time you're joining us. Where is everyone else? Where are you and how is studies going? Where yeah, break time. I don't know if you heard, I was giving you explanation on how I was able to figure out the time. Or you were finishing up on a task. I see. So when I came and I saw, oh, break, like your the timer, I was like, oh, I didn't even start this timer. Hi Messi. Great, great, great. Messi, I'm guessing this is the first time here. The first time I'm seeing your name in the chats, I guess. It's interesting. What I don't know if the people who have been coming, like who have been here before, if they ever come back after a long while, I don't know if I'll be able to recognize them. But anytime I pick up a name from the chats and it sounds new, I know that this person hasn't been here. But I'm wondering if someone say the person has been here before, but they haven't been consistent or they haven't joined. Oh, silent participants, all those people. We have to start catching you all those of you who watch the stream but never comment. Anyway, you're welcome and we are happy to have you call in. Sorry guys, give me 2 minutes, let me pick this call. I need to tell someone something. It will be less than 2 minutes. Hopefully I'm coming. So I need to wrap up quickly. We have some group discussion coming up, so I have to rush. Silence participants, we have seen you anyway. Marilla says don't forget to mute. Yeah. So Mercy and her group, those of you who have been watching us but never want to say hi. The funny thing is when I'm outside there, especially on social media, like platforms like Facebook and things, I'm usually part of the comment readers association. I can read all the comments, but you never see me write anything. So maybe they want to see if this is serious. Anyway, it's okay. I mean, it's not everyone who likes it, and for as long as it doesn't feel like a waste of time, I think that's what's the most important. If you are not engaging, but then you are here and you are getting value, I think that's the most important. But I would love to engage with everyone, and you never know what one connection can lead to. So happy to connect with as many people as possible, and for us all to connect with ourselves. All right. I have an assignment due. I don't even know if the assignment is due this night or tomorrow morning, like tomorrow. Today is third, so probably fourth, because I remember it was supposed to be second and they gave us 2 days extension. But I'm supposed to meet my colleagues from 3, which is like 49 minutes more, so that we go through it. Then I have an event to attend. So there is a group called this is my first time going to that particular event, so I don't know a lot about it, but it's called the Black Founders Network. And there is an event today where it said like a lady, I think a black lady who founded a startup in Silicon Valley is probably coming to speak there. Yeah, so I want to go attend that event, and it will be starting at 5 p.m. here. So that is also in less than 3 hours time. So I need to quickly go meet the guys. Let us go through our assignment, then submit that assignment and go for the event. Yeah. That is how my day is going to be. The rest of my day, that's how the rest of my day is going to be. Says, please come back and share afterthoughts from the event. Okay. All right. Tomorrow, hopefully, when we are on the stream, I may talk about what I learned from there. And I hope I pay attention there. I hope I pay attention to what they say. Yeah, I think I'm more interested in trying to understand what the community or the Black Founders Network is about, and what it takes to be a member, what exactly what exactly they do, right? I appreciate it because I feel that I've been in my room for so long a time. It's now time for me to attend events, connect with people. Especially I really want to get into like the tech ecosystem here. Want to see founders and programmers, like meet developers. And I feel for now, the last time I was researching on some hubs on campus. This campus alone. So University of Toronto has like 3 different campuses, and the campus I'm on alone has about 7 or 8 different hubs. So I want to start exploring them, going there to connect with people with similar skill sets, and like anybody doing some tech related stuff. And maybe I can learn a thing or two from them. So that is my goal for attending this particular event. But let's see. if I pay attention enough, at least I'll pick one or two things and come and share with you all, God willing, tomorrow. All right. And I hope your studies is also going very well. If um if you need assistance with anything, please do not hesitate to voice it out once we join the stream. I'm happy to assist as much as I can. Also, for those of you who joined for the first time and you're still here, remember that I've mentioned we have a community group that if you are interested, you can join in. We have a group on WhatsApp, and the link to joining the community, I shared it earlier, but it's basically my full name.com. When I say my full name.com, imagine someone will go and type my full name.com. No, I mean my full name as in Ahonia Obed, which is my full name. Ahonia Obed. So I don't have any middle name. That is just my name. ahoniaobed.com/SWM. That would lead you to the form to fill and join the community, but on there you have a link to the WhatsApp group that you can click to join as well. All right. Thank you all for choosing to spend the day with me as we learn throughout the day. It's been 5 hours, 5 minutes, 46 milliseconds, and counting since we started the stream today. And thank you once again. All the best to those of you who are still learning. And for those of you who are going to sleep, enjoy your sleep. And every other thing that you are doing, I wish you the very best in it. And until we meet tomorrow, it's bye for now. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye.